Thank you so much for listening. I'm super glad you're here. Now, take a deep breath. Let it out. Settle in, get cozy, and relax while I read to you. It's called The Magic Apples. It is not very amusing to be a king. Father Odin often grew tired of sitting all day long upon his golden throne in Valhalla above the heavens. He wearied of welcoming the new heroes whom the Valkyries brought him from wars upon the earth, and of watching the old heroes fight their daily deathless battles. He wearied of his wise ravens and the constant gossip which they brought him from the four corners of the world. And he longed to escape from everyone who knew him to some place where he could pass for a mere stranger, instead of the great king of the Aesir, the mightiest being in the whole universe, of whom everyone was afraid. Sometimes he longed so much that he could not bear it. Then he would run away. He disguised himself as a tall old man with white hair and a long gray beard. Around his shoulders, he threw a huge blue cloak that covered him from top to toe. Over his face, he pulled a big slouch hat to hide his eyes. For his eyes, Odin could not change. No magician has ever learned how to do that. One was empty. He had given the eye to the giant Mimir in exchange for wisdom. Usually, Odin loved to go upon these wanderings alone, for an adventure is a double adventure when one meets it single-handed. It was a fine game for Odin to see how near he could come to danger without feeling the grip of its teeth. But sometimes, when he wanted company, he would whisper to his two brothers, Hanir and Red Loki. They three would creep out of the palace by the back way, and with a finger on the lip to Heimdall, the watchman, would silently steal over the rainbow bridge which led from Asgard into the places of men and dwarves and giants. Wonderful adventures they had, these three, with Loki to help make things happen. Loki was a sly, mischievous fellow, full of his pranks and his capers, not always kindly ones. But he was clever, as well as malicious, and when he had pushed folk into trouble, he could often help them out again, as safe as ever. He could be the jolliest of companions when he chose, and Odin liked his merriment and his witty talk. One day, Loki did something which was no mere jest, nor easily forgiven, for it brought all Asgard into danger. And after that, Father Odin and his children thought twice before inviting Loki to join them in any journey or undertaking. This, which I am about to tell, was the first really wicked deed of which Loki was found guilty, though I am sure his red beard had dabbled in secret wrongs before. One night, the three high gods, Odin, Hanir, and Loki, stole away from Asgard in search of adventure. over mountains and deserts, great rivers and stony places. They wandered until they grew very hungry. But there was no food to be found, not even a berry or a nut. Oh, how footsore and tired they were, and oh, how faint. The worst of it ever is that, as you must often have noticed, the heavier one's feet grow, the lighter and more hollow becomes one's stomach, which seems a strange thing when you think of it. If only one's feet became as light as the rest of one feels, folk could fairly fly with hunger. Alas, this is not so. The three Aesir drooped and drooped, and seemed on the point of starving when they came to the edge of a valley. Here, looking down, they saw a herd of oxen feeding on the grass. "Hola!" shouted Loki. "Behold our supper!" Going down into the valley, they caught and killed one of the oxen, and building a great bonfire, hung up the meat to roast. Then the three sat around the fire and smacked their lips, waiting for the meat to cook. They waited for a long time. "Surely it is done now," said Loki at last, and he took the meat from the fire. Strange to say, however, it was raw as ere the fire was lighted. What could it mean? Never before had meat required so long a time to roast. They made the fire brighter and rehung the beef for a thorough basting, cooking it even longer than they had done at first. When again they came to carve the meat, they found it still uneatable. Then, indeed, they looked at one another in surprise. "What can this mean?" cried Loki with round eyes. "There is some trick," whispered Hœnir, looking around as if he expected to see a fairy or a witch meddling with the food. "We must find out what this mystery betokens," said Odin thoughtfully. Just then, there was a strange sound in the oak tree, under which they had built their fire. "What is that?" Loki shouted, springing to his feet. They looked up into the tree, and far above, in the branches, near the top, they spied an enormous eagle, who was staring down at them, and making a queer sound, as if he were laughing. "Ho, ho," croaked the eagle. "I know why your meat will not cook. It is all my doing, masters." The three Aesir stared in surprise. Then Odin said sternly, "Who are you, Master Eagle? And what do you mean by those rude words?" "Give me my share of the ox, and you shall see," rasped the eagle in his harsh voice. "Give me my share, and you will find that your meat will cook as fast as you please." Now the three on the ground were nearly famished. So, although it seemed very strange to be arguing with an eagle, they cried as if in one voice, "Come down then, and take your share." They thought that, being a mere bird, he would want but a small piece. The eagle flapped down from the top of the tree. Dear me, what a mighty bird he was! 8 feet across the wings was the smallest measure, and his claws were as long and strong as ice hooks. He fanned the air like a whirlwind as he flew down to perch beside the bonfire. Then, in his beak and claws, he seized a leg and both shoulders of the ox and started to fly away. "Hold, thief," roared Loki angrily when he saw how much the eagle was taking. "That is not your share. You are no lion, but you are taking the lion's share of our feast. Begone, Scarecrow, and leave the meat as you found it." Thereat, seizing a pole, he struck the eagle with all his might. Then a strange thing happened. As the great bird flapped upward with his prey, giving a scream of malicious laughter, the pole which Loki still held stuck fast to the eagle's back, and Loki was unable to let go of the other end. "Help! Help!" he shouted to Odin and to Honir, as he felt himself lifted off his feet. But they could not help him. "Help! Help!" he screamed as the eagle flew with him, now high, now low, through brush and bog and briar, over treetops and the peaks of mountains. On and on they went, until Loki thought his arm would be pulled out, like a weed torn up by the roots. The eagle would not listen to his cries, nor pause in his flight, until Loki was almost dead with pain and fatigue. "Hark you, Loki," screamed the eagle, going a little more slowly. "No one can help you except me. You are bewitched, and you cannot pull away from this pole, nor loose the pole from me until I choose. But if you will promise what I ask, you shall go free." Then Loki groaned, "Oh, eagle, only let me go and tell me who you really are, and I will promise whatever you wish." The eagle answered, "I am the giant Thiassa, the enemy of the Aesir. But you ought to love me, Loki, for you yourself married a giantess." Loki moaned, "Oh, yes, I dearly love all my wife's family, great Thiassa. Tell me what you want of me." "I want this," quoth Thiassa gruffly. "I am growing old, and I want the apples which Idun keeps in her golden casket to make me young again. You must get them for me." Now, these apples were the fruit of a magic tree, and were more beautiful to look at, and more delicious to taste than any fruit that ever grew. The best thing about them was that whoever tasted one, be he ever so old, grew young and strong again. The apples belonged to a beautiful lady named Idun, who kept them in a golden casket. Every morning, the Aesir came to her to be refreshed and made over by a bite of her precious fruit. That is why in Asgard no one ever waxed old or ugly. Even Father Odin, Honir, and Loki, the 3 travelers who had seen the very beginning of everything when the world was made, were still sturdy and young. and so long as Odin kept her apples safe, the faces of the family who sat about the tables of Valhalla would be rosy and fair, like the faces of children. "O friend giant," cried Loki, "you know not what you ask. The apples are the most precious treasure of Asgard, and Odin keeps watch over them as if they were dearer to her than life itself. I never could steal them from her, Thiassa, for at her call, all Asgard would rush to the rescue, and trouble would buzz about my ears like a hive of bees let loose. Then you must steal Odin herself, apples and all. For the apples I must have, and you have promised, Loki, to do my bidding." Loki sniffed and thought and sniffed again. Already his mischievous heart was planning how he might steal Odin away. He could hardly help laughing to think how angry the Aesir would be when they found their beauty medicine gone forever. But he hoped that when he had done this trick for Thiassa, now and then the giant would let him have a nibble of the magic apples, so that Loki himself would remain young long after the other Aesir were grown old and feeble. This thought suited Loki's malicious nature well. "I think I can manage it for you, Thiassa," he said craftily. "In a week, I promise to bring Odin and her apples to you, but you must not forget the great risk which I am running, nor that I am your relative by marriage. I may have a favor to ask in return, Thiassa." Then the eagle gently dropped Loki from his claws. Falling on a soft bed of moss, Loki jumped up and ran back to his traveling companions, who were glad and surprised to see him. They had feared that the eagle was carrying him away to feed his young eaglets in some far-off nest. You may be sure that Loki did not tell them who the eagle really was, nor confess the wicked promise which he had made about Odin and her apples. After that, the three went back to Asgard, for they had had adventure enough for one day. The days flew by, and the time came when Loki must fulfill his promise to Thiassa. So one morning, he strolled out into the meadow where Odin loved to roam among the flowers. There he found her, sitting beside a tiny spring and holding her precious casket of apples on her lap. She was combing her long golden hair, which fell from under a wreath of spring flowers, and she was very beautiful. Her green robe was embroidered with buds and blossoms of silk in many colors, and she wore a golden girdle about her waist. She smiled as Loki came and tossed him a posy, saying, "Good morrow, Red Loki. Have you come for a bite of my apples? I see a wrinkle over each of your eyes, which I can smooth away." "Nay, fair lady," answered Loki politely. "I have just nibbled of another apple, which I found this morning. Verily, I think it is sweeter and more magical than yours." Odin was hurt and surprised. "That cannot be, Loki," she cried. "There are no apples anywhere like mine. Where found you this fine fruit?" and she wrinkled up her little nose scornfully. "Oh ho, I will not tell anyone the place," chuckled Loki, "except that it is not far, in a little wood. There is a gnarled old apple tree, and on its branches grow the most beautiful red-cheeked apples you ever saw. But you could never find it. I should like to see these apples, Loki, if only to prove how far less good they are than mine. Will you bring me some?" "That I will not," said Loki teasingly. "Oh no, I have my own magic apples now, and folk will be coming to me for help instead of to you." Eden began to coax him, as he had guessed that she would. "Please, please, Loki, show me the place." At first, he would not, for he was a sly fellow, and knew how to lead her on. At last, he pretended to yield. "Well, then, because I love you, Eden, better than all the rest, I will show you the place, if you will come with me. But it must be a secret. No one must ever know." "Yes, yes," cried Eden eagerly. "Let us steal away now, while no one is looking." This was just what Loki hoped for. "Bring your own apples," he said. "That way we may compare them with mine. But I know mine are better." "I know mine are the best in all the world," returned Eden, pouting. "I will bring them to show you the difference." Off they started together, she with the golden casket under her arm, and Loki chuckled wickedly as they went. He led her for some distance, further than she had ever strayed before, and at last she grew frightened. "Where are you taking me, Loki?" she cried. "You said it was not far. I see no little wood, no old apple tree." "It is just beyond, just a little step beyond," he answered. So on they went. But that little step took them beyond the boundary of Asgard, just a little step beyond, into the space where the giants lurked and waited for mischief. Then there was a rustling of wings, and whirr, down came Thiassa in his eagle dress. Before Eden suspected what was happening, he fastened his claws into her girdle and flapped away with her, magic apples and all, to his palace in Jotunheim, the land of the giants. Loki stole back to Asgard, thinking that he was quite safe, and that no one would discover his villainy. At first, Eden was not missed, but after a little, the gods began to feel signs of age, and went for their usual bite of her apples. Then they found that she had disappeared, and a great terror fell upon them. Where had she gone? Suppose she should not come back. The hours and days went by, and still she did not return. Their fright became almost a panic. Their hair began to turn gray, and their limbs grew stiff and gouty, so that they hobbled down Asgard's streets. Even Freya, the loveliest, was afraid to look in her mirror, and Balder the Beautiful grew pale and haggard. The happy land of Asgard was like a garden over which a burning wind had blown. All the flower faces were faded and withered, and springtime was turned into yellow fall. If Eden and her apples were not found quickly, the gods seemed likely to shrivel and blow away like autumn leaves. They held a council to inquire into the matter, endeavoring to learn who had seen Odin last and whither she had gone. It turned out that one morning, Heimdall had seen her strolling out of Asgard with Loki, and no one had seen her since. Then the gods understood. Loki was the last person who had been with her. This must be one of Loki's tricks. They were filled with anger. They seized and bound Loki and brought him before the council. They threatened him with torture and with death unless he should tell the truth. And Loki was so frightened that finally he confessed what he had done. Then, indeed, there was horror in Asgard. Odin stolen away by a wicked giant. Odin and her apples lost. And Asgard growing older every minute. What was to be done? Big Thor seized Loki and threw him up in the air again and again, so that his heels touched first the moon and then the sea. You can still see the marks upon the moon's white face. If you do not bring Odin back from the land of your wicked wife, you shall have worse than this, he roared. Go and bring her now. How can I do that? Asked Loki, trembling. That is for you to find, growled Thor. Bring her. You must. Go. Loki thought for a moment. Then he said, I will bring her back if Freya will loan me her falcon dress. The giant dresses as an eagle. I too must guise me as a bird, or we cannot outwit him. Then Freya hemmed and hawed. She did not wish to loan her feather dress, for it was very precious. But all the Aesir begged, and finally she consented. It was a beautiful great dress of brown and gray feathers, and in it Freya loved to skim like a falcon among the clouds and stars. Loki put it on, and when he had done so, he looked exactly like a great brown hawk. Only his bright black eyes remained the same, glancing here and there, so that they lost sight of nothing. With a whir of his wings, Loki flew off to the north, across mountains and valleys, and the great river Ifing, which lay between Asgard and Giant Land. And at last he came to the palace of Thiassa, the giant. It happened, fortunately, that Thiassa had gone fishing in the sea, and Odin was left alone, weeping and broken-hearted. Presently, she heard a little tap on her window, and looking up, she saw a great brown bird perching on the ledge. He was so big that Odin was frightened and gave a scream, but the bird nodded pleasantly and croaked, "Don't be afraid, Odin. I am a friend. I am Loki, come to set you free." Loki is no friend of mine. He brought me here," she sobbed. "I don't believe you came to save me." "That is indeed why I am here," he replied, "and a dangerous business it is if Thiassa should come back before we start for home." "How will you get me out?" asked Odin doubtfully. "The door is locked, and the window is barred." "I will change you into a nut," said he, "and carry you in my claws." "What of the casket of apples?" queried Odin. "Can you carry that also?" Loki laughed long and loudly. "What welcome to Asgard do you think I should receive without the apples?" he cried. "Yes, we must take them, indeed." Odin came to the window, and Loki, who was a skillful magician, turned her into a nut and took her in one claw, while in the other he seized the casket of apples. Then off he whirred, out of the palace grounds and away towards Asgard's safety. In a little while, Thiassa returned home, and when he found Odin and her apples gone, there was a hubbub, you may be sure. However, he lost little time by smashing mountains and breaking trees in his giant rage. That fit was soon over. He put on his eagle plumage and started in pursuit of the falcon. Now, an eagle is bigger and stronger than any other bird, and usually, in a long race, he can beat even the swift hawk who has an hour's start. Presently, Loki heard behind him the shrill scream of a giant eagle, and his heart turned sick. But he had crossed the great river, and already was in sight of Asgard. The aged Aesir were gathered on the Rainbow Bridge, watching eagerly for Loki's return. And when they spied the falcon with the nut and the casket in his talons, they knew who it was. A great cheer went up, but it was hushed in a moment, for they saw the eagle close after the falcon, and they guessed that this must be the giant Thiassa, the stealer of Eden. Then there was a great shouting of commands, and a rushing to and fro. All the gods, even Father Odin and his 2 wise ravens, were busy gathering chips into great heaps on the walls of Asgard. As soon as Loki, with his precious burden, had fluttered weakly over the wall, dropping to the ground below, the gods lighted the heaps of chips which they had piled, and soon there was a wall of fire over which the eagle must fly. He was going too fast to stop. The flames roared and crackled, but Thiassa flew straight into them, with a scream of fear and rage. His feathers caught fire and burned, so that he could no longer fly, but fell headlong to the ground inside the walls. Then Thor, the Thunder Lord, and Tyr, the mighty war king, fell upon him and slew him, so that he could never trouble the Aesir any more. There was great rejoicing in Asgard that night, for Loki changed Eden again to a fair lady, whereupon she gave each of the eager gods a bite of her life-giving fruit, so that they grew young and happy once more, as if all these horrors had never happened. Not one of them, however, forgot the evil part which Loki had played in these doings. They hid the memory, like a buried seed, deep in their hearts. Thenceforward, the word of Loki and the honor of his name were poor coin in Asgard, which is no wonder. The Dwarves' Gifts. Red Loki had been up to mischief again. Loki, who made quarrels and brought trouble wherever he went. He had a wicked heart, and he loved no one. He envied Father Odin his wisdom and his throne above the world. He envied Balder his beauty, and Tyr his courage, and Thor his strength. He envied all the good Aesir who were happy, but he would not take the trouble to be good himself. So he was always unhappy, spiteful, and sour. And if anything went wrong in Asgard, the kingdom of the gods, one was almost sure to find Loki at the bottom of the trouble. Now Thor, the strongest of all the gods, was very proud of his wife's beautiful hair, which fell in golden waves to her feet and covered her like a veil. He loved it better than anything, except Sif herself. One day, while Thor was away from home, Loki stole into Thrudheim, the realm of clouds, and cut off all of Sif's golden hair, till her head was as round and fuzzy as a yellow dandelion. Fancy how angry Thor was when he came rattling home that night in his thunder chariot and found Sif so ugly to look at. He stamped up and down till the 540 floors of his cloud palace shook like an earthquake, and lightning flashed from his blue eyes. The people down in the world below cried, "Dear, dear, what a terrible thunderstorm! Thor must be very angry about something. Loki has been up to mischief, it is likely." You see, they also knew Loki and his tricks. At last, Thor calmed himself a little. "Sif, my love," he said, "you shall be beautiful again. Red Loki shall make you so, since his was the unmasking. The villain, he shall pay for this." Then, without more ado, off set Thor to find Red Loki. He went in his thunder chariot, drawn by 2 goats, and the clouds rumbled, and the lightning flashed wherever he went, for Thor was the mighty god of thunder. At last, he came upon the sly rascal, who was trying to hide. Big Thor seized him by the throat. "You scoundrel," he cried, "I will break every bone in your body if you do not put Sif's beautiful hair back upon her head." "Ow, ow, you hurt me," howled Loki. "Take off your big hand, Thor. What is done is done. I cannot put Sif's hair back. You know that very well." "Then you must get her another head of hair," growled Thor. "That you can do. You must find for her hair of real gold, and it must grow upon her head as if it were her own. Do this, or you shall die." "Where shall I get this famous hair?" whined Loki, though he knew well enough. "Get it of the Black Elves," said Thor. "They are cunning jewelers, and they are your friends. Go, Loki, and go quickly, for I long to see Sif as beautiful as ever." Then Loki of the burning beard slunk away to the hills where, far underground, the dwarves have their furnaces and their workshops. Among great heaps of gold and silver and shining jewels, which they have dug up out of the earth, the little crooked men in brown blink and chatter and scold one another, for they are ugly fellows. Tink, tank, tink, tank, go their little hammers, all day long and all night long, while they make wonderful things such as no man has ever seen, though you shall hear about them. They had no trouble to make a head of hair for Sif. It was for them a simple matter indeed. The dwarves work fast for such a customer as Loki, and in a little while the golden wires were beaten out and drawn out, made smooth and soft and curly, and braided into a thick golden braid. But when Loki came away, he carried with him also 2 other treasures, which the clever dwarves had made. One was a golden spear, and the other was a ship. Now, these do not sound so very wonderful, but wait until you hear. The spear, which was named Gungnir, was bewitched, so that it made no difference if the person who held it was clumsy and careless, for it had this amazing quality that no matter how badly it was aimed, or how unskillfully it was thrown, it was sure to go straight to the mark, which is a very obliging and convenient thing in one's weapon, as you will readily see. And Skidbladnir, this was the harsh name of the ship, was even more wonderful. It could be taken to pieces and folded up so small that it would go into one's pocket. But when it was unfolded and put together, it would hold all the gods of Asgard for a sea journey. Besides all this, when the sails were set, the ship was sure always to have a fair wind, which would make it skim along like a great bird, which was the best part of the charm, as any sailor will tell you. Now, Loki felt very proud of these 3 treasures, and left the hill cave stretching his neck and strutting like a great red turkey cock. Outside the gate, however, he met Brock, the black dwarf, who was the brother of Sindri, the best workman in all the underworld. "Hello, what have you there?" asked Brock of the big head, pointing at the bundles which Loki was carrying. "The 3 finest gifts in the world," boasted Loki, hugging his treasures tight. "Pooh," said Brock, "I do not believe it. Did my brother Sindri make them?" "No," answered Loki. "They were made by the Black Elves, the sons of Ivaldi, and they are the most precious gifts that ever were seen." "Pooh," again puffed Brock, wagging his long beard crossly. "Nonsense. Whatever they be, my brother Sindri can make 3 other gifts more precious. That I know." "Can he, though?" laughed Loki. "I will give him my head if he can." "Done!" shouted the dwarf. "Let me see your famous gifts." So Loki showed him the 3 wonders, the gold hair for Sif, the spear, and the ship. But again the dwarf said, "Pooh, these are nothing. I will show you what the master smith can do, and you shall lose your bragging red head, my Loki." Now, Loki began to be a little uneasy. He followed Brock back to the smithy in the mountain, where they found Sindri at his forge. Oh yes, he could beat the poor gifts of which Loki was so proud, but he would not tell what his own 3 gifts were to be. First, Sindri took a pig's skin and laid it on the fire. Then he went away for a little time. But he set Brock at the bellows and bade him blow, blow the fire until Sindri should return. Now, when Sindri was gone, Loki also stole away, for as usual, he was up to mischief. He had the power of changing his shape and of becoming any creature he chose, which was often very convenient. Thus, he turned himself into a huge, biting fly. Then, he flew back into the smithy where Brock was blowing. Loki buzzed about the dwarf's head and finally lighted on his hand and stung him, hoping to make him let go of the bellows. But no, Brock only cried out, "Owie!" and kept on blowing for dear life. Now, soon back came Sindri to the forge and took the pigskin from the fire. Wonder of wonders, it had turned into a hog with golden bristles. A live hog that shone like the sun. Brock was not satisfied, however. "Well, I don't think much of that," he grumbled. "Wait a little," said Sindri mysteriously. "Wait and see." Then he went on to make the second gift. This time, he put a lump of gold into the fire, and when he went away, as before, he bade Brock stand at the bellows to blow without stopping. Again, as before, in buzzed Loki the gadfly as soon as the master smith had gone out. This time, he settled on Brock's swarthy neck and stung him so sorely that the blood came, and the dwarf roared till the mountain trembled. Still, Brock did not let go of the handle of the bellows, but blew and howled with pain till Sindri returned. And this time, the dwarf took from the fire a fine gold ring, round as roundness. I don't think so much of that," said Brock again, disappointed, for he had expected some wonderful jewel. But Sindri wagged his head wisely. "Wait a little," he said. "We shall see what we shall see." He heaved a great lump of iron into the fire to make the third gift. But this time, when he went away, leaving Brock at the bellows, he charged him to blow without a minute's rest, or everything would be spoiled. For this was the best gift of all. Brock planted himself wide-legged at the forge and blew. But for the third time, Loki, winged as a fly, came buzzing into the smithy. This time, he fastened viciously below Brock's bushy eyebrow and stung him so cruelly that the blood trickled down, a red river, into his eyes, and the poor dwarf was blinded. With a howl, Brock raised his hand to wipe away the blood, and of course, in that minute, the bellows stood still. Then Loki buzzed away with a sound that seemed like a mocking laugh. At the same moment, in rushed Sindri, panting with fright, for he had heard that sound and guessed what it meant. "What have you done?" he cried. "You have let the bellows rest. You have spoiled everything." "Only a little moment, but one little moment," pleaded Brock in a panic. "It has done no harm, has it?" Sindri leaned anxiously over the fire, and out of the flames he drew the third gift, an enormous hammer. "Oh," said Brock, much disappointed, "only an old iron hammer. I don't think anything of that. Look how short the handle is, too." "That is your fault, brother," returned the smith crossly. "If you had not let the bellows stand still, the handle would have been long enough. Yet, as it is, We shall see. We shall see. I think it will at least win for you Red Loki's head. Take the 3 gifts, brother, such as they are, and bear them to Asgard. Let all the gods be judges between you and Loki. Which gifts are the best, his or yours? But stay, I may as well tell you the secrets of your 3 treasures, or you will not know how to make them work. Your toy that is not wound up is of no use at all, which is very true, as we all know. Then he bent over and whispered in Brock's ear, and what he said pleased Brock so much that he jumped straight up into the air and capered like one of Thor's goats. "What a clever brother you are, to be sure," he cried. At that moment, Loki, who had ceased to be a gadfly, came in grinning with his 3 gifts. "Well, are you ready?" he asked. Then he caught sight of the 3 gifts which Brock was putting into his sack. "Ho, a pig, a ring, and a stub-handled hammer," he shouted. "Is that all you have? Fine gifts indeed. I was really growing uneasy, but now I see that my head is safe. Let us start for Asgard immediately, where I promise you that I, with my 3 treasures, shall be thrice more welcome than you, with your stupid pig, your ugly ring, and your half-made hammer." So, together, they climbed to Asgard, and there they found the Aesir sitting in the great judgment hall on the Ida plain. There was Father Odin on his high throne, and his 2 ravens at his head, and his 2 wolves at his feet. There was Queen Frigg by his side, and about them were Balder the Beautiful, Frey, and Freya, the fair brother and sister, the mighty Thor, with Sif, his crop-haired wife, and all the rest of the great Aesir who lived in the upper world above the homes of men. "Brother Aesir," said Loki, bowing politely, for he was a smooth rascal, "we have come each with 3 gifts, the dwarf and I, and you shall judge which be the most worthy of praise. But if I lose, I, your brother, I lose my head to this crooked little dwarf." So he spoke, hoping to put the Aesir on his side from the first, for his head was a very handsome one, and the dwarf was indeed an ill-looking fellow. The gods, however, nodded gravely and bade the 2 show what their gifts might be. Then Loki stepped forward to the foot of Odin's throne, and first he pulled from his great wallet the spear Gungnir, which could not miss aim. This he gave to Odin, the All-Wise. And Odin was vastly pleased, as you may imagine, to find himself thenceforth an unequaled marksman. So he smiled upon Loki kindly and said, "Well done, brother." Next, Loki took out the promised hair for Sif, which he handed Thor with a grimace. Now, when the golden locks were set upon her head, they grew there like real hair, long and soft and curling, but still real gold, so that Sif was more beautiful than ever before, and more precious too. You can fancy how pleased Thor was with Loki's gift. He kissed lovely Sif before all the gods and goddesses, and vowed that he forgave Loki for the mischief which he had done in the first place, since he had so nobly made reparation. Then Loki took out the 3rd gift, all folded up like a paper boat. And it was the ship, Skidbladnir. I am sorry they did not give it a prettier name. This he presented to Frey the Peaceful, and you can guess whether or not Frey's blue eyes laughed with pleasure at such a gift. Now, when Loki stepped back, all the Aesir clapped their hands and vowed that he had done wondrous well. "You will have to show us fine things, you dwarf," quoth Father Odin, "to better the gifts of red Loki. Come, what have you in the sack you bear upon your shoulders?" Then the crooked little Brock hobbled forward, bent almost double under the great load which he carried. "I have what I have," he said. First, out he pulled the ring, Draupnir, round as roundness, and shining of gold. This the dwarf gave to Odin, and though it seemed but little, yet it was much. For every 9th night, out of this ring, he said, would drop 8 other rings of gold, as large and as fair. Then Odin clapped his hands and cried, "Oh, wondrous gift! I like it even better than the magic spear which Loki gave." And all the other Aesir agreed with him. Then out of the sack came grunting Gold Bristle, the hog, all of gold. Brock gave him to Frey to match the magic ship of Loki. This gold bristle was so marvelously forged that he could run more swiftly than any horse, on air or water. Moreover, he was a living lantern, for on the darkest night he bristled with light like a 1,000,000-pointed star, so that one riding on his back would light the air and sea like a firefly wherever he went. This idea pleased Frey mightily, for he was the merriest of the gods, and he laughed aloud. "'Tis a wondrous fine gift," he said. "I like old Gold Bristle even better than the compressible boat. For on this lusty steed I can ride about the world when I am tending the crops and the cattle of men, and scattering the rain upon them. Master Dwarf, I give my vote to you." And all the other Aesir agreed with him. Then, out of the sack, Brock drew the 3rd gift. It was the short-handled hammer named Mjolnir. And this was the gift which Sindri had made for Thor, the mightiest of the gods. And it was the best gift of all. For with it, Thor could burst the hardest metal and shatter the thickest mountain, and nothing could withstand its power. But it never could hurt Thor himself, and no matter how far or how hard it was thrown, it would always fly back into Thor's own hand. Last of all, whenever he so wished, the great hammer would become so small that he could put it in his pocket, quite out of sight. But Brock was sorry that the handle was so short, all owing to his fault, because he had let the bellows rest for that one moment. When Thor had this gift in his hand, he jumped up with a shout of joy. "'Tis a wondrous fine gift," he cried, "with short handle or with long. And I prize it even more than I prize the golden hair of Sif, which Loki gave. For with it I shall fight our enemies, the frost giants, and the mischievous trolls, and the other monsters, Loki's friends. And all the Aesir will be glad of my gift when they see what deeds I shall do therewith. Now, if I may have my say, I judge that the 3 gifts made by Sindri the dwarf are the most precious that may be. So Brock has gained the prize of Loki's red head. A sorry recompense indeed for gifts so masterly. Then Thor sat down, and all the other Aesir shouted that he had spoken well, and that they agreed with him. So Loki was like to lose his head. He offered to pay instead a huge price if Brock would let him go. But Brock refused. "The red head of Loki for my gift," he insisted, and the gods nodded that it must be so, since he had earned his wish. But when Loki saw that the count was all against him, his eyes grew crafty. "Well, take me then, if you can," he shouted, and off he shot like an arrow from a bow, for Loki had on magic shoes, with which he could run over sea or land or sky, and the dwarf could never catch him in the world. Then Brock was furious. He stood stamping and chattering, tearing his long beard with rage. "I am cheated," he cried. "I have won, but I have lost." Then he turned to Thor, who was playing with his hammer, bursting a mountain or two and splitting a tree here and there. "Mighty Thor," begged the dwarf, "catch me the fellow who has broken his word. I have given you the best gift, your wonderful hammer. Catch me then the boasting red head, which I have fairly bought." Then Thor stopped his game and set out in pursuit of Loki, for he was ever on the side of fairness. No one, however fleet, can escape when Thor follows, for his is the swiftness of a lightning flash. So he soon brought Loki back to Ida Plain, and gave him up a prisoner to the dwarf. "I have you now, boaster," said Brock fiercely, "and I will cut off your red head in the twinkling of an eye." But just as he was about to do as he said, Loki had another sly idea. "Hold, sirrah dwarf," he said. "It is true that you have won my head, but not the neck, not an inch of the neck." And all the gods agreed that this was so. Then Brock was puzzled indeed, for how could he cut off Loki's head without an inch of the neck too? But this he must not do, or he knew the just Aesir would punish him with death. So he was forced to be content with stopping Loki's boasting in another way. He would sew up the bragging lips. He brought a stout, strong thread and an awl to bore the holes, and in a twinkling he had stitched up the lips of the sly one, firm and fast. So for a time at least, he put an end to Loki's boasting, and his taunts, and his lies. It is a pity that those mischief-making lips were not fastened up forever, for that would have saved much of the trouble and sorrow which came after. But at last, after a long time, Loki got his lips free, and they made great sorrow in Asgard for the gods, and on earth for men, as you shall hear. Now, this is the end of the tale which tells of the dwarf's gifts, and especially of Thor's hammer, which was afterwards to be of such service to him, and such bane to the enemies of the Aesir. And that also you shall hear before all is done. Princess on the Glass Hill. Once upon a time, there was a man who had a meadow. which lay high up on the hillside. And in the meadow was a barn, which he had built to keep his hay in. Now, I must tell you, there hadn't been very much in the barn for the last year or two. For every St. John's night, when the grass stood greenest and deepest, the meadow was eaten down to the very ground the next morning, just as if a whole drove of sheep had been there feeding on it overnight. This happened once, and it happened twice. So, at last, the man grew weary of losing his crop of hay, and said to his sons, for he had 3 of them, and the youngest was nicknamed Boots, of course, that one of them must just go and sleep in the barn in the outlying field when St. John's night came, for it was too good a joke that his grass should be eaten, root and blade, this year, as it had been the last 2 years. So, whichever of them went must keep a sharp lookout. That was what their father said. Well, the eldest son was ready to go and watch the meadow. Trust him for looking after the grass. He wouldn't let it be his fault if man or beast or the fiend himself got a blade of grass. So, when evening came, he set off to the barn and lay down to sleep. But a little on in the night came such a clatter and such an earthquake that the walls and roof shook and groaned and creaked. Then up jumped the lad and took to his heels as fast as ever he could, nor dared he once look round till he reached home. And as for the hay, why, it was eaten up this year, just as it had been twice before. The next St. John's night, the man said again, it would never do to lose all the grass in the outlying field year after year in this way. So one of his sons must trudge off to watch it, and watch it well, too. Well, the next oldest son was ready to try his luck. So he set off, and lay down to sleep in the barn as his brother had done before him. But as the night wore on, there came on a rumbling and quaking of the earth, worse even than on the last St. John's night. And when the lad heard it, he got frightened and took to his heels as though he were running a race. Next year, the turn came to Boots. But when he made ready to go, the other 2 began to laugh and make game of him. You're just the man to watch the hay, that you are. You who have done nothing all your life but sit in the ashes and toast yourself by the fire. But Boots did not care a pin for their chattering, and stumped away as evening drew on, up the hillside to the outlying field. There he went inside the barn and lay down. But in an hour's time, the barn began to groan and creak, so that it was dreadful to hear. Well, said Boots to himself, if it isn't worse than this, I can stand it well enough. A little while after came another creak and an earthquake, so that the litter in the barn flew about the lad's ears. "Oh," said Boots to himself, "if it isn't worse than this, I dare say I can stand it out." But just then came a third rumbling and a third earthquake, so that the lad thought the walls and roof were coming down on his head. But it passed, and all was still as death about him. "It'll come again, I'll be bound," thought Boots. But no, it didn't come again. Still it was, and still it stayed. But after he had lain a little while, he heard a noise as if a horse were standing just outside the barn door and cropping the grass. He stole to the door and peeped through a chink, and there stood a horse feeding away. So big and fat and grand a horse, Boots had never set eyes on. By his side on the grass lay a saddle and bridle, and a full set of armor for a knight, all of brass, so bright that the light gleamed from it. "Ho, ho," thought the lad, "it's you, is it, that eats up our hay? I'll soon put a spoke in your wheel, just to see if I don't." So he lost no time, but took the steel out of his tinderbox and threw it over the horse. Then it had no power to stir from the spot, and became so tame that the lad could do what he liked with it. So he got on its back and rode off with it to a place which no one knew of, and there he put up the horse. When he got home, his brothers laughed and asked how he had fared. "You didn't lie long in the barn, even if you had the heart to go so far as the field." "Well," said Boots, "all I can say is I lay in the barn till sun rose, and neither saw nor heard anything. I can't think what there was in the barn to make you both so afraid." "A pretty story," said his brothers. "But we'll soon see how you have watched the meadow." So they set off, but when they reached it, there stood the grass, as deep and thick as it had been overnight. Well, the next St. John's Eve, it was the same story over again. Neither of the elder brothers dared to go out to the outlying field to watch the crop. But Boots, he had the heart to go. And everything happened just as it had happened the year before. First, a clatter and an earthquake. Then, a greater clatter and another earthquake. And so on a third time. Only this year, the earthquakes were far worse than the year before. Then, all at once, everything was as still as death, and the lad heard how something was cropping the grass outside the barn door. So he stole to the door and peeped through a chink. And what do you think he saw? Why, another horse, standing right up against the wall, and chewing and champing with might and main. It was far finer and fatter than that which came the year before, and it had a saddle on its back, and a bridle on its neck, and a full suit of mail for a knight lay by its side, all of silver, and as grand as you would wish to see. "Ho, ho," said Boots to himself. "It's you that gobbles up our hay, is it? I'll soon put a spoke in your wheel." And with that, he took the steel out of his tinderbox and threw it over the horse's crest, which stood still as a lamb. Well, the lad rode this horse too, to the hiding place where he kept the other one, and after that he went home. "I suppose you'll tell us," said one of his brothers. "There's a fine crop this year, too, up in the hayfield." "Well, so there is," said Boots, and off ran the others to see. And there stood the grass, thick and deep, as it was the year before. But they didn't give Boots softer words for all that. Now, when the third St. John's Eve came, the two elder still hadn't the heart to lie out in the barn and watch the grass, for they had got so scared at heart the night they lay there before that they couldn't get over the fright. But Boots, he dared to go, and, to make a long story short, the very same thing happened this time as had happened twice before. 3 earthquakes came, one after the other, each worse than the one which went before. And when the last came, the lad danced about with the shock from one barn wall to the other, and after that, all at once, it was still as death. Now, when he had lain a little while, he heard something tugging away at the grass outside the barn. So he stole again to the door chink and peeped out, and there stood a horse close outside, far, far bigger and fatter than the 2 he had taken before. "Ho, ho, ho, ho," said the lad to himself. "It's you, is it, that comes here eating up our hay? I'll soon stop that. I'll soon put a spoke in your wheel." So he caught up his steel and threw it over the horse's neck, and in a trice it stood as if it were nailed to the ground, and Boots could do as he pleased with it. Then he rode off with it to the hiding place where he kept the other 2, and then went home. When he got home, his 2 brothers made game of him as they had done before, saying they could see he had watched the grass well, for he looked all the world as if he were walking in his sleep, and many other spiteful things they said. But Boots gave no heed to them, only asking them to go and see for themselves. And when they went, there stood the grass, as fine and deep this time as it had been twice before. Now, you must know that the king of the country where Boots lived had a daughter, whom he would only give to the man who could ride up over the hill of glass. For there was a high, high hill, all of glass, as smooth and slippery as ice, close by the king's palace. Upon the tip-top of the hill, the king's daughter was to sit, with 3 golden apples in her lap. And the man who could ride up and carry off the 3 golden apples was to have half the kingdom, and the princess as a wife. This the king had stuck up on all the church doors in his realm, and had given it out in many other kingdoms besides. Now, this princess was so lovely that all who set eyes on her fell head and ears in love with her, whether they would or no. So I needn't tell you how all the princes and knights who heard of her were eager to win her to wife, and half the kingdom beside, and how they came riding from all parts of the world on high prancing horses, and clad in the grandest clothes, for there wasn't one of them who hadn't made up his mind that he, and he alone, was to win the princess. So, when the day of the trial came, which the king had fixed, there was such a crowd of princes and knights under the glass hill that it made one's head whirl to look at them. And everyone in the country who could even crawl along was off to the hill, for they were all eager to see the man who was to win the princess. So the 2 elder brothers set off with the rest. But as for Boots, they said outright he shouldn't go with them. For if they were seen with such a dirty changeling, all begrimed with smut from cleaning their shoes and sifting cinders in the dust hole, they said folks would make game of them. Very well, said Boots. It's all one to me. I can go alone and stand or fall by myself. So, when the 2 brothers came to the Hill of Glass, the knights and princes were all hard at it, riding their horses till they were all in a foam. But it was no good, by my troth, for as soon as ever the horses set foot on the hill, down they slipped. And there wasn't one who could get a yard or 2 up. And no wonder, for the hill was as smooth as a sheet of glass, and as steep as a house wall. But all were eager to have the princess and half the kingdom. So they rode and slipped and rode, and still it was the same story over again. At last, all their horses were so weary that they could scarce lift a leg, and in such a sweat that the lather dripped from them, and so the knights had to give up trying any more. So the king was just thinking that he would proclaim a new trial for the next day, to see if they would have better luck, when all at once a knight came riding up on so brave a steed that no one had ever seen the like of it in his born days. And the knight had mail of brass, and the horse a brass bit in its mouth, so bright that the sunbeams shone from it. Then all the others called out to him he might just as well spare himself the trouble of riding at the hill, for it would lead to no good. But he gave no heed to them, and put his horse at the hill, and went up it like nothing for a good way, about a third of the height. And when he had got so far, he turned his horse round and rode down again. So lovely a night the princess thought she had never yet seen. And while he was riding, she sat and thought to herself, would to heaven he might only come up and down the other side. And when she saw him turning back, she threw down one of the golden apples after him, and it rolled down into his shoe. But when he got to the bottom of the hill, he rode off so fast that no one could tell what had become of him. That evening, all the knights and princes were to go before the king, that he who had ridden so far up the hill might show the apple which the princess had thrown. But there was no one who had anything to show. One after the other, they all came, but not a man of them could show the apple. That evening, the brothers of Boots came home too, and had such a long story to tell about riding up the hill. First of all, they said, there was not one of the whole lot who could get so much as a stride up. But at last came one who had a suit of brass mail, and a brass bridle, and a saddle, all so bright that the sun shone from them a mile off. He was a chap to ride. He rode a third of the way up the hill of glass, and he could easily have ridden the whole way up if he chose. But he turned round and rode down, thinking maybe that was enough for once. Oh, I should so like to have seen him, that I should, said Boots, who sat by the fireside and stuck his feet into the cinders, as was his wont. Oh, said his brothers, you would you? You look fit to keep company with such high lords, nasty beast that you are, sitting there amongst the ashes. Next day, the brothers were all for setting off again, and Boots begged them this time, too, to let him go with them and see the riding. But no, they wouldn't have him at any price. He was too ugly and nasty, they said. Well, well, said Boots, if I go at all, I must go by myself. I'm not afraid. So when the brothers got to the Hill of Glass, all the princes and knights began to ride again. And you may fancy that they had taken care to shoe their horses sharp. But it was no good. They rode and slipped and rode, just as they had done the day before. And there was not one who could get so far as a yard up the hill. And when they had worn out their horses, so that they could not stir a leg, they were all forced to give it up as a bad job. So the king thought he might as well proclaim that the riding should take place the day after for the last time, just to give them one chance more. But all at once it came across his mind that he might as well wait a little longer to see if the knight in brass mail would come this day too. Well, they saw nothing of him, but all at once came one riding on a steed far, far braver and finer than that on which the knight in brass had ridden. And he had silver mail, and a silver saddle and bridle, all so bright that the sunbeams gleamed and glanced from them far away. Then the others shouted to him again, saying he might as well hold hard and not try to ride up the hill, for all his trouble would be thrown away. But the knight paid no heed to them, and rode straight at the hill, and right up it, till he had gone 2/3 of the way. And then he wheeled his horse round and rode down again. To tell the truth, the princess liked him still better than the knight in brass, and she sat and wished he might only be able to come right up to the top and down the other side. But when she saw him turning back, she threw the second apple after him, and it rolled down and fell into his shoe. But as soon as ever he had come down from the hill of glass, he rode off so fast that no one could see what became of him. That evening, when all were to go in before the king and the princess, that he who had the golden apple might show it, in they went, one after the other. But there was no one who had any apple to show. And the two brothers, as they had done on the former day, went home and told how things had gone, and how all had ridden at the hill, and none got up. But last of all, they said, came one in a silver suit, and his horse had a silver saddle and a silver bridle. He was just a chap to ride, and he got 2/3 up the hill, and then turned back. He was a fine fellow, and no mistake. And the princess threw the second gold apple to him. "Oh," said Boots, "I should so like to have seen him too. That I should." "A pretty story," they said. "Perhaps you think his coat of mail was as bright as the ashes you are always poking about and sifting, you nasty, dirty beast." The third day, everything happened as it had happened the 2 days before. Boots begged to go and see the sight, but the two wouldn't hear of his going with them. When they got to the hill, there was no one who could get so much as a yard up it. And now all waited for the knight in silver mail. But they neither saw nor heard of him. At last came one riding on a steed, so brave that no one had ever seen his match. And the knight had a suit of golden mail, and a golden saddle and bridle, so wondrous bright that the sunbeams gleamed from them a mile off. The other knights and princes could not find time to call out to him not to try his luck, for they were amazed to see how grand he was. So he rode right at the hill, and tore up it like nothing, so that the princess hadn't even time to wish that he might get up the whole way. As soon as ever he reached the top, he took the third golden apple from the princess's lap, and then turned his horse and rode down again. As soon as he got down, he rode off at full speed and was out of sight in no time. Now, when the brothers got home that evening, you may fancy what long stories they told, how the riding had gone off that day, and amongst other things, they had a deal to say about the knight in golden mail. He was just a chap to ride, they said. So grand a knight isn't to be found in the wide world. Oh, said Boots, I should so like to have seen him. That I should. Ah, said his brothers, his mail shone a deal brighter than the glowing coals which you are always poking and digging at. Nasty, dirty beast that you are. Next day, all the knights and princes were to pass before the king and the princess. It was too late to do so the night before, I suppose, that he who had the gold apple might bring it forth. But one came after another. First the princes, then the knights, and still no one could show the gold apple. Well, said the king, someone must have it, for it was something that we all saw with our own eyes. How a man came and rode up and bore it off. So he commanded that everyone who was in the kingdom should come up to the palace and see if they could show the apple. Well, they all came, one after another, but no one had the golden apple. And after a long time, the two brothers of Boots came. They were the last of all. So the king asked them if there was no one else in the kingdom who hadn't come. Oh, yes, said they. We have a brother, but he never carried off the golden apple. He hasn't stirred out of the dust hole on any one of these 3 days. Never mind that, said the king. He may as well come up to the palace like the rest. So Boots had to go up to the palace. How now, said the king, have you got the golden apple? Speak out. Yes, I have, said Boots. Here is the first, and here is the second, and here is the third, too. And with that, he pulled all 3 golden apples out of his pocket, and at the same time threw off his sooty rags and stood before them in his gleaming golden mail. Yes, said the king, you shall have my daughter, and half my kingdom, for you well deserve both her and it. So they got ready for the wedding, and Boots married the princess, and there was great merrymaking at the bridal feast, you may fancy. For they could all be merry, though they couldn't ride up the hill of glass. And all I can say is, if they haven't left off their merrymaking yet, why, they're still at it. Loki's Children. Red Loki, the wickedest of all the Aesir, had done something of which he was very much ashamed. He had married a giantess, the ugliest, fiercest, most dreadful giantess that ever lived. And of course, he wanted no one to find out what he had done, for he knew that Father Odin would be indignant with him for having wedded one of the enemies of the Aesir, and that none of his brothers would be grateful to him for giving them a sister-in-law so hideous. But at last, All-Father found out the secret that Loki had been hiding for years. Worst of all, he found that Loki and the giantess had 3 ugly children, hidden away in the dark places of the earth. 3 children of whom Loki was even more ashamed than of their mother, though he loved them too. For 2 of them were the most terrible monsters which time had ever seen. Hela, his daughter, was the least ugly of the 3, though one could scarcely call her attractive. She was half dark and half light, which must have looked very strange, and she was not easily mistaken by anyone who chanced to see her, as you can well understand. She was fierce and grim to see, and the very sight of her caused terror and death to him who gazed upon her. But the other 2. One was an enormous wolf with long, fierce teeth and flashing red eyes. And the other was a scaly, slimy, horrible serpent, huger than any serpent that ever lived, and 100 times more ferocious. Can you wonder that Loki was ashamed of such children as these? The wonder is how he could find anything about them to love. But Loki's heart loved evil in secret, and it was the evil in these 3 children of his which made them so ugly. Now, when Odin discovered that 3 such monsters had been living in the world without his knowledge, he was both angry and anxious, for he knew that these children of mischievous Loki and his wicked giantess wife were dangerous to the peace of Asgard. He consulted the Norns, the 3 wise maidens who lived beside the Urdar well, and who could see into the future to tell what things were to happen in coming years. And they bade him beware of Loki's children. They told him that the 3 monsters would bring great sorrow upon Asgard, for the giantess, their mother, would teach them all her hatred of Odin's race, while they would have their father's sly wisdom to help them in all mischief. So Odin knew that his fears had warned him truly. Something must be done to prevent the dangers which threatened Asgard. Something must be done to keep the 3 out of mischief. Father Odin sent for all the gods and bade them go forth over the world, find the children of Loki in the secret places where they were hidden, and bring them to him. Then the Aesir mounted their horses and set out on their difficult errand. They scoured Asgard, Midgard, the world of men, Utgard, and Jotunheim, where the giants lived. And At last, they found the 3 horrible creatures hiding in their mother's cave. They dragged them forth and took them up to Asgard, before Odin's high throne. Now, All-Father had been considering what should be done with these 3 monsters, and when they came, his mind was made up. Hela, the daughter, was less evil than the other 2, but her face was dark and gloomy, and she brought death to those who looked upon her. She must be prisoned out of sight in some far place, where her sad eyes could not look sorrow into men's lives and death into their hearts. So he sent her down into the dark, cold land of Niflheim, which lay below one root of the great tree Yggdrasil. Here she must live forever and ever, and because she was not wholly bad, Odin made her queen of that land. And for her subjects, she was to have all the folk who died upon the earth, except the heroes who perished in battle. For these the Valkyries carried straight to Valhalla in Asgard. But all who died of sickness or of old age, all who met their deaths through accident or men's cruelty, were sent to Queen Hela, who gave them lodgings in her gloomy palace. Vast was her kingdom, huge as 9 worlds, and it was surrounded by a high wall, so that no one who had once gone thither could ever return. And here, thenceforth, Loki's daughter reigned among the shadows, herself half shadow and half light, half good and half bad. But the Midgard serpent was a more dangerous beast even than death. Odin frowned when he looked upon this monster writhing before his throne. He seized the scaly length in his mighty arms and hurled it forth over the wall of Asgard. Down, down went the great serpent, twisting and twirling as he fell, while all the sky was black with the smoke from his nostrils, and the sound of his hissing made every creature tremble. Down, down he fell with a great splash into the deep ocean which surrounded the world. There he lay writhing and squirming, growing always larger and larger, until he was so huge that he stretched like a ring about the whole earth, with his tail in his mouth and his wicked eyes glaring up through the water towards Asgard, which he hated. Sometimes he heaved himself up, great body and all, trying to escape from the ocean which was his prison. At those times there were great waves in the sea, snow and stormy winds and rain upon the earth, and everyone would be filled with fear lest he escape and bring horrors to pass. But he was never able to drag out his whole hideous length, for the evil in him had grown with his growth, and a weight of evil is the heaviest of all things to lift. The third monster was the Fenris wolf, and this was the most dreadful of the 3. He was so terrible that at first Father Odin decided not to let him out of his sight. He lived in Asgard then, among the Aesir, Only Tyr the Brave had courage enough to give him food. Day by day, he grew huger and huger, fiercer and fiercer. And finally, when All-Father saw how mighty he had become, and how he bid fair to bring destruction upon all Asgard if he were allowed to prowl and growl about as he saw fit, Odin resolved to have the beast chained up. The Aesir then went to their smithies and forged a long, strong chain, which they thought no living creature could break. They took it to the wolf to try its strength, and he, looking sidewise, chuckled to himself and let them do what they would with him. But as soon as he stretched himself, the chain burst into 1,000 pieces, as if it were made of twine. Then the Aesir hurried away and made another chain, far, far stronger than the first. "If you can break this, O Fenrir," they said, "you will be famous indeed." Again, the wolf blinked at his chain. Again, he chuckled and let them fasten him without a struggle, for he knew that his own strength had been increased since he broke the other. But as soon as the chain was fastened, he shook his great shoulders, kicked his mighty legs, and snap! The links of the chain went whirling far and wide, and once more the fierce beast was free. Then the Aesir were alarmed, for fear that they would never be able to make a chain mighty enough to hold the wolf, who was growing stronger every minute. But they sent Skirnir, Frey's trusty messenger, to the land of the dwarves for help. "Make us a chain," was the message he bore from the Aesir. "Make us a chain stronger than any chain that was ever forged. For the Fenris wolf must be captured and bound, or all the world must pay the penalty." The dwarves were the finest workmen in the world, as the Aesir knew, for it was they who made Thor's hammer, and Odin's spear, and Baldur's famous ship, besides many other wondrous things that you remember. So when Skirnir gave them the message, they set to work with their little hammers and anvils, and before long they had welded a wonderful chain, such as no man had ever seen before. Strange things went to the making of it: the sound of a cat's footsteps, the roots of a mountain, a bear's sinews, a fish's breath, and other magic materials that only the dwarves knew how to put together. And the result was a chain as soft and twistable as a silken cord, but stronger than an iron cable. With this chain, Skirnir galloped back to Asgard, and with it, the gods were sure of chaining Fenrir. But they meant to go about the business slyly, so that the wolf should not suspect the danger which was so near. "Oh, Fenrir," they cried, "here's a new chain for you. Do you think you can snap this as easily as you did the last? We warn you that it is stronger than it looks." They handed it about from one to another, each trying to break the links, but in vain. The wolf watched them disdainfully. "Pooh, there is little honor in breaking a thread so slender," he said. I know that I could snap it with one bite of my big teeth, but there may be some trick about it. I will not let it bind my feet, not I." "Oh," cried the Aesir, "he is afraid. He fears that we shall bind him in cords that he cannot loose. But see how slender the chain is. Surely, if you could burst the chain of iron, O Fenrir, you could break this far more easily." Still, the wolf shook his head and refused to let them fasten him, suspecting some trick. "But even if you find that you cannot break our chain," they said, "you need not be afraid. We shall set you free again." "Set me free," growled the wolf. "Yes, you will set me free, at the end of the world, not before. I know your ways, O Aesir, and if you are able to bind me so fast that I cannot free myself, I shall wait long to have the chain made loose. But no one shall call me coward. If one of you will place his hand in my mouth and hold it there while the others bind me, I will let the chain be fastened." The gods looked at one another, their mouths drooping. Who would do this thing and bear the fury of the angry wolf when he should find himself tricked and captured? Yet this was their only chance to bind the monster and protect Asgard from danger. At last, bold Tyr stepped forward, the bravest of all the Aesir. "Open your mouth, Fenrir," he cried with a laugh. "I will pledge my hand to the trial." Then the wolf yawned his great jaws, and Tyr thrust in his good right hand, knowing full well that he was to lose it in the game. The Aesir stepped up with the dwarves' magic chain, and Fenrir let them fasten it about his feet. But when the bonds were drawn tight, he began to struggle, and the more he tugged, the tighter drew the chain, so that he soon saw himself to be entrapped. Then how he writhed and kicked, howled and growled in his terrible rage. How the heavens trembled and the earth shook below. The Aesir began to laugh to see him so helpless, all except Tyr, for at the first sound of laughter, the wolf shut his great mouth with a click, and poor brave Tyr had lost the right hand which had done so many heroic deeds in battle, and which would never again wave sword before the warriors whom he loved and would help to win the victory. But great was the honor which he had won that day, for without his generous deed, the Fenris wolf could never have been captured. And now, the monster was safely secured by the strong chain which the dwarves had made, and all his struggles to be free were in vain, for they only bound the silken rope all the tighter. The Aesir took one end of the chain and fastened it through a big rock, which they planted far down in the earth, as far as they could drive it with a huge hammer of stone. Into the wolf's great mouth they thrust a sword crosswise, so that the hilt pierced his lower jaw, while the point stuck through the upper one. And there in the heart of the world he lay howling and growling, but quite unable to move. Only the foam which dripped from his angry jaws trickled away and over the earth, until it formed a mighty river. From his wicked mouth also came smoke and fire, and the sound of his horrible growls. And when men hear this and see this, they run away as fast as they can, for they know danger still lurks near where the Fenris wolf lies chained in the depths of the earth, and here he will lie until Ragnarok, until the end of all things. Kvasir's blood. Once upon a time, there lived a man named Kvasir, who was so wise that no one could ask him a question to which he did not know the answer, and who was so eloquent that his words dripped from his lips like notes of music from a lute. For Kvasir was the first poet who ever lived, the first of those wise makers of songs whom the Norse folk named skalds. This Kvasir received his precious gifts wonderfully, for he was made by the gods and the Vanir, those two mighty races, to celebrate the peace which was evermore to be between them. Up and down the world Kvasir traveled, lending his wisdom to the use of men, his brothers, and wherever he went, he brought smiles and joy and comfort. For with his wisdom, he found the cause of all men's troubles, and with his songs, he healed them. This is what the poets have been doing in all the ages ever since. Folk declare that every skald has a drop of Kvasir's blood in him. This is the tale which is told to show how it happened that Kvasir's blessed skill has never been lost to the world. There were two wicked dwarves named Fjalar and Galar, who envied Kvasir his power over the hearts of men, and who plotted to destroy him. So one day, they invited him to dine, and while he was there, they begged him to come aside with them, for they had a very secret question to ask, which only he could answer. Kvasir never refused to turn his wisdom to another's help, so, nothing suspecting, he went with them to hear their trouble. Thereupon, this sly pair of wicked dwarves led him into a lonely corner. Treacherously, they slew Kvasir, and because their cunning taught them that his blood must be precious, they saved it in 3 huge kettles, and mixing it with honey, made thereof a magic drink. Truly, a magic drink it was, for whoever tasted of Kvasir's blood was straightway filled with Kvasir's spirit, so that his heart taught wisdom, and his lips uttered the sweetest poesy. Thus, the wicked dwarfs became possessed of a wonderful treasure. When the gods missed the silver voice of Kvasir echoing up from the world below, they were alarmed, for Kvasir was very dear to them. They inquired what had become of him, and finally, the wily dwarves answered that the good poet had been drowned in his own wisdom. But Father Odin, who had tasted an otherwise draught from Mimir's well, knew that this was not the truth, and kept his watchful eye upon the dark doings of Fjalar and Galar. Not long after this, the dwarves committed another wicked deed. They invited the giant Gilling to row out to sea with them, And when they were a long distance from shore, the wicked fellows upset the boat and drowned the giant, who could not swim. They rowed back to land and told the giant's wife how the accident had happened. Then there were giant shrieks and howls enough to deafen all the world, for the poor giantess was heartbroken, and her grief was a giant grief. Her sobs annoyed the cruel-hearted dwarves, so Fjalar, pretending to sympathize, offered to take her where she could look upon the spot where her dear husband had last been seen. As she passed through the gateway, the other dwarf, to whom his brother had made a sign, let a huge millstone fall upon her head. That was the ending of her, poor thing, and of her sorrow, which had so disturbed the little people, crooked in heart as in body. But punishment was in store for them. Suttung, the huge son of Gilling, learned the story of his parents' death, and presently, in a dreadful rage, he came roaring to the home of the dwarves. He seized one of them in each big fist, and wading far out to sea, set the wretched little fellows on a rock, which at high tide would be covered with water. "Stay there," he cried, "and drown as my father drowned." The dwarves screamed thereat for mercy so loudly that he had to listen before he went away. "Only let us off, Suttung," they begged, "and you shall have the precious mead made from Kvasir's blood." Now, Suttung was very anxious to own this same mead, so at last he agreed to the bargain. He carried them back to land, and they gave him the kettles in which they had mixed the magic fluid. Suttung took them away to his cave in the mountains and gave them in charge of his fair daughter, Gunnlod. All day and all night she watched by the precious kettles to see that no one came to steal or taste of the mead, for Suttung thought of it as his greatest treasure, and no wonder. Father Odin had seen all these deeds from his seat above the heavens, and his eye had followed longingly the passage of the wondrous mead, for Odin longed to have a draught of it. Odin had wisdom. He had drained that draught from the bottom of Mimir's mystic fountain, but he lacked the skill of speech, which comes of drinking Kvasir's blood. He wanted the mead for himself and for his children in Asgard, and it seemed a shame that this precious treasure should be wasted upon the wicked giants who were their enemies. So he resolved to try if it might not be won in some sly way. One day, he put on his favorite disguise as a wandering old man and set out for Giant Land, where Suttung dwelt. By and by, he came to a field where 9 workmen were cutting hay. Now, these were the servants of Bauki, the brother of Suttung, and this Odin knew. He walked up to the men and watched them working for a little while. "Oh," he exclaimed at last, "your scythes are dull. Shall I whet them for you?" The men were glad enough to accept his offer. So Odin took a whetstone from his pocket and sharpened all the scythes most wonderfully. Then the men wanted to buy the stone. Each man would have it for his own, and they fell to quarreling over it. To make matters more exciting, Odin tossed the whetstone into their midst, saying, "Let him have it who catches it, then indeed there was trouble. The men fought with one another for the stone, slashing right and left with their sharp scythes until everyone was killed. Odin hastened away and went up to the house where Baugi lived. Presently home came Baugi, complaining loudly and bitterly because his quarrelsome servants had killed one another, so that there was not one left to do his work. "What am I going to do?" he cried. "Here it is mowing time, and I have not a single man to help me in the field." Then Odin spoke up. "I will help you," he said. "I am a stout fellow, and I can do the work of 9 men if I am paid the price I ask." "What is the price which you ask?" queried Baugi eagerly. For he saw that this stranger was a mighty man, and he thought that perhaps he could do as he boasted. "I ask that you get for me a drink of Suttung's mead," Odin answered. Then Baugi eyed him sharply. "You are one of the gods," he said, "or you would not know about the precious mead. Therefore, I know that you can do my work, and the work of 9 men. I cannot give you the mead. It is my brother's, and he is very jealous of it, for he wishes it all himself. But if you will work for me all the summer, when winter comes, I will go with you to Suttung's home and try what I can do to get a draft for you." So they made the bargain, and all summer Father Odin worked in the fields of Baugi, doing the work of 9 men. When the winter came, he demanded his pay. So then they set out for Suttung's home, which was a cave deep in the mountains, where it seems not hard to hide one's treasures. First, Baugi went to his brother and told him of the agreement between him and the stranger, begging for a gift of the magic mead wherewith to pay the stout laborer who had done the work of 9. But Suttung refused to spare even a taste of the precious liquor. "This laborer of yours is one of the gods, our enemies," he said. "Indeed, I will not give him of the precious mead. What are you thinking of, brother?" Then he talked to Baugi till the giant was ready to forget his promise to Odin, and to desire only the death of the stranger who had come forward to help him. Baugi returned to Odin with the news that the mead was not to be had with Suttung's consent. "Then we must get it without his consent," declared Odin. "We must use our wits to steal it from under his nose. You must help me, Baugi, for you have promised." Baugi agreed to this, but in his heart he meant to entrap Odin to his death. Odin now took from his pocket an auger, such as one uses to bore holes. "Look now," he said, "you shall bore a hole into the roof of Suttung's cave, and when the hole is large enough, I will crawl through and get the mead." "Very well," nodded Baugi, and he began to bore into the mountain with all his might and main. At last he cried, "There, it is done. The mountain is pierced through." But when Odin blew into the hole to see whether it did indeed go through into the cave, the dust made by the auger flew into his face. Thus he knew that Baugi was deceiving him, and thenceforth he was on his guard, which was fortunate. "Try again," said Odin sternly. "Bore a little deeper, friend Baugi." So Baugi went at the work once more, and this time when he said the hole was finished, Odin found that his word was true, for the dust blew through the hole and disappeared in the cave. Now, Odin was ready to try the plan which he had been forming. Odin's wisdom taught him many tricks, and among them, he knew the secret of changing his form into that of any creature he chose. He turned himself into a worm, a long, slender, wiggly worm, just small enough to be able to enter the hole that Baugi had pierced. In a moment, he had thrust his head into the opening and was wriggling out of sight before Baugi had even guessed what he meant to do. Baugi jumped forward and made a stab at him with the pointed auger, but it was too late. The worm's striped tail quivered in out of sight, and Baugi's wicked attempt was spoiled. When Odin had crept through the hole, he found himself in a dark, damp cavern, where at first he could see nothing. He changed himself back into his own noble form, and then he began to hunt about for the kettles of magic mead. Presently, he came to a little chamber, carefully hidden in a secret corner of this secret grotto. A chamber locked and barred and bolted on the inside, so that no one could enter by the door. Suttung had never thought of such a thing as that a stranger might enter by a hole in the roof. At the back of this tiny room stood 3 kettles upon the floor, and beside them, with her head resting on her elbow, sat a beautiful maiden, sound asleep. It was Gunnlod, Suttung's daughter, the guardian of the mead. Odin stepped up to her very softly, and bending over, kissed her gently upon the forehead. Gunnlod awoke with a start, and at first she was horrified to find a stranger in the cave where it seemed impossible that a stranger could enter. But when she saw the beauty of Odin's face and the kind look of his eye, she was no longer afraid, but glad that he had come. For poor Gunnlod often grew lonesome in this gloomy cellar home, where Suttung kept her prisoner day and night to watch over the 3 kettles. "Dear maiden," said Odin, "I have come a long, long distance to see you. Will you not bid me stay a little while?" Gunnlod looked at him kindly. "Who are you, and whence do you come so far to see me?" she asked. "I am Odin from Asgard. The way is long, and I am thirsty. Shall I not taste the liquor which you have there?" Gunnlod hesitated. "My father bade me never let soul taste of the mead," she said. "I am sorry for you, however, poor fellow. You look very tired and thirsty. You may have one little sip." Then Odin kissed her and thanked her, and tarried there with such pleasant words for the maiden that before he was ready to go, she granted him what he asked. 3 draughts. Only 3 draughts of the mead. Now Odin took up the first kettle to drink, and with 1 draught he drained the whole. He did the same by the next, and the next, till before she knew it, Gunnlod found herself guarding 3 empty kettles. Odin had gained what he came for, and it was time for him to be gone before Suttung should come to seek him in the cave. He kissed fair Gunnlod once again, with a sigh to think that he must treat her so unfairly. Then he changed himself into an eagle, and away he flew to carry the precious mead home to Asgard. Meanwhile, Baugi had told the giant Suttung how Odin the worm had pierced through into his treasure cave. And when Suttung, who was watching, saw the great eagle fly north, he guessed who this eagle must be. Suttung also put on an eagle's plumage, and a wonderful chase began. Whirr! Whirr! The two enormous birds winged their way toward Asgard, Suttung close upon the other's flight. Over the mountains they flew, and the world was darkened as if by the passage of heavy storm clouds, while the trees, blown by the breeze from their wings, swayed and bent almost to the ground. It was a close race, but Odin was the swifter of the two, and at last he had the mead safe in Asgard, where the gods were waiting with huge dishes to receive it from his mouth. Suttung was so close upon him, however, that he jostled Odin even as he was filling the last dish, and some of the mead was spilled about in every direction over the world. Men rushed from far and near to taste these wasted drops of Kvasir's blood, and many had just enough to make them dizzy, but not enough to make them wise. These folk are the poor poets, the makers of bad verses, whom one finds to this day satisfied with their meager stolen portion, scattered drops of the sacred draught. The mead that Odin had captured, he gave to the gods, a wondrous gift, and they in turn cherished it as their most precious treasure. It was given into the special charge of old Bragi of the White Beard, because his taste of the magic mead had made him wise and eloquent above all others. He was the sweetest singer of all the Aesir, and his speech was poetry. Sometimes Bragi gave a draught of Kvasir's blood to some favored mortal, and then he also became a great poet. He did not do this often, only once or twice in the memory of an old man, for the precious mead must be made to last a long, long time, until the world be ready to drop to pieces, because this world without its poets would be too dreadful a place to imagine. The beginning of things. The oldest stories of every race of people tell of the beginning of things. But the various folk who first told them were so very different. The tales are so very old, and have changed so greatly in the telling from one generation to another, that there are almost as many accounts of the way in which the world began as there are nations upon the earth. So it is not strange that the people of the North have a legend of the beginning quite different from that of the Southern, Eastern, and Western folk. This book is made of stories told by the Northern folk, the people who live in the land of the midnight sun, where summer is green and pleasant, but winter is a terrible time of cold and gloom, where rocky mountains tower like huge giants, over whose heads the thunder rolls and crashes, and under whose feet are mines of precious metal. Therefore, you will find the tales full of giants and dwarfs, spirits of cold mountains and dark caverns. You will find the hero to be Thor, with his thunderbolt hammer, who dwells in the happy heaven of Asgard, where All-Father Odin is king, and where Balder the Beautiful makes springtime with his smile. In the North countries, winter, cold, and frost are very real and terrible enemies, while spring, sunshine, and warmth are near and dear friends. So, the story of the beginning of things is a story of cold and heat, of wicked giants who loved the cold, and of the good Aesir who basked in pleasant warmth. In the very beginning of things, the stories say there were two worlds, one of burning heat and one of icy cold. The cold world was in the north, and from it flowed Elivagar, a river of poisonous water which hardened into ice and piled up into great mountains, filling the space which had no bottom. The other world, in the south, was on fire with bright flame, a place of heat most terrible. And in those days, through all space, there was nothing beside these two worlds of heat and cold. But then began a fierce combat. Heat and cold met and strove to destroy each other, as they have tried to do ever since. Flaming sparks from the hot world fell upon the ice river, which flowed from the place of cold. And though the bright sparks were quenched, in dying they wrought mischief, as they do today. For they melted the ice, which dripped and dripped, like tears from the suffering world of cold. And then, wonderful to say, these chilly drops became alive, became a huge, breathing mass, a frost giant with a wicked heart of ice. And he was the ancestor of all the giants who came afterwards, a bad and cruel race. At that time, there was no earth, nor sea, nor heaven, nothing but the icy abyss without bottom, whence Ymir, the giant, had sprung. And there he lived, nourished by the milk of a cow, which the heat had formed. Now the cow had nothing for her food but the snow and ice of Elivagar, and that was cold victuals indeed. One day, she was licking the icy rocks, which tasted salty to her, when Ymir noticed that the mass was taking a strange shape. The more the cow licked it, the plainer became the outline of the shape. And when evening came, Ymir saw thrusting itself through the ice rock a head of hair. The next day, the cow went on with her meal, and at nighttime, a man's head appeared above the rock. On the third day, the cow licked away the ice until forth stepped a man, tall and powerful and handsome. This was no evil giant, for he was good, and strangely, though he came from the ice, his heart was warm. he was the ancestor of the kind Aesir. The All-Father Odin and his brothers Vili and Ve, the first of the gods, were his grandsons. And as soon as they were born, they became the enemies of the race of giants. Now, after a few giant years, ages and ages of time as we reckon it, there was a great battle. For Odin and his brothers wished to destroy all the evil in the world and to leave only good. They attacked the wicked giant Ymir, first of all his race, and after hard fighting, slew him. Ymir was so huge that when he died, a mighty river of blood flowed from the wounds which Odin had given him. A stream so large that it flooded all space, and the frost giants, his children and grandchildren, were drowned, except one who escaped with his wife in a chest. And but for the saving of these two, that would have been the end of the race of giants. All-Father and his brothers now had work to do. Painfully, they dragged the great bulk of Ymir into the bottomless space of ice. And from it, they built the earth, the sea, and the heavens. Not an atom of his body went to waste. His blood made the great ocean, the rivers, lakes, and springs. His mighty bones became mountains. His teeth and broken bones made sand and pebbles. From his skull, they fashioned the arching heaven, which they set up over the earth and sea. His brain became the heavy clouds. His hair sprouted into trees, grass, plants, and flowers. And last of all, the Aesir set his bristling eyebrows as a high fence around the earth, to keep the giants away from the race of men whom they had planned to create for this pleasant globe. So the earth was made, and next the gods brought light for the heavens. They caught the sparks and cinders blown from the world of heat, and set them here and there, above and below, as sun and moon and stars. To each they gave its name, and told what its duties were to be, and how it must perform them, day after day, and year after year, and century after century, till the ending of all things, so that the children of men may reckon time without mistake. Sol and Mani, who drove the bright chariots of the sun and moon across the sky, were a fair sister and brother, whose father named them Sun and Moon because they were so beautiful. So Odin gave them each a pair of swift, bright horses to drive, and set them in the sky forever. Once upon a time, but that was many, many years later, Mani, the man in the moon, stole 2 children from the earth. Hiuki and Bill were going to a well to draw a pail of water. The little boy and girl carried a pole and a bucket across their shoulders, and looked so pretty that Mani thrust down a long arm and snatched them up to his moon. And there they are to this day, as you can see on any moonlight night, 2 little black shadows on the moon's bright face, the boy and the girl, with the bucket between them. The gods also made day and night. Day was fair, bright, and beautiful, for he was of the warm-hearted Aesir race. But night was dark and gloomy, because she was one of the cold giant folk. Day and night, each had a chariot drawn by a swift horse, and each in turn drove about the world in a 24 hours journey. Night rode first behind her dark horse, Rimfaxi, who scattered dew from his bit upon the sleeping earth. After her came Day with his beautiful horse, Glad, whose shining mane shot rays of light through the sky. All these wonders the kind gods wrought, that they might make a pleasant world for men to call their home. And now the gods, or Aesir as they were called, must choose a place for their own dwelling, for there were many of them, a glorious family. Outside of everything, beyond the great ocean which surrounded the world, was Jotunheim, the cold country where the giants lived. The green earth was made for men. The gods therefore decided to build their city above men in the heavens, where they could watch the doings of their favorites and protect them from the wicked giants. Asgard was to be their city, and from Asgard to Midgard, the home of men, stretched a wonderful bridge, a bridge of many colors. For it was the rainbow that we know and love. Up and down the rainbow bridge, the Aesir could travel to the earth, and thus keep close to the doings of men. Next, from the remnants of Ymir's body, the gods made the race of little dwarves, a wise folk and skillful, but in nature more like the giants than the good Aesir. For they were spiteful and often wicked, and they loved the dark and the cold better than the light and warmth. They lived deep below the ground, in caves and rocky dens. And it was their business to dig the precious metals and glittering gems that were hidden in the rocks, and to make wonderful things from the treasures of the underworld. Poof, poof, went their little bellows. Tank, went their little hammers on their little anvils, all day and all night. Sometimes they were friendly to the giants, and sometimes they did kindly deeds for the Aesir. But always, after men came upon the earth, they hated these new folk, who eagerly sought for the gold and the jewels which the dwarves kept hidden in the ground. The dwarves lost no chance of doing evil to the race of men. Now the gods were ready for the making of men. They longed to have a race of creatures whom they could love and protect and bless with all kinds of pleasures. So Odin, with his brothers Hœnir and Loki, crossed the rainbow bridge and came down to the earth. They were walking along the seashore when they found two trees, an ash and an elm. These would do as well as anything for their purpose. Odin took the two trees and warmly breathed upon them. And lo, they were alive. A man and a woman. Hœnir then gently touched their foreheads, and they became wise. Lastly, Loki softly stroked their faces. Their skin grew pink with ruddy color, and they received the gifts of speech, hearing, and sight. Ask and Embla were their names, and the ash and the elm became the father and mother of the whole human race, whose dwelling was Midgard, under the eyes of the Aesir who had made them. This is the story of the beginning of things. How Odin lost his eye. In the beginning of things, before there was any world or sun, moon, and stars, there were the giants. For these were the oldest creatures that ever breathed. They lived in Jotunheim, the land of frost and darkness, and their hearts were evil. Next came the gods, the good Aesir, who made earth and sky and sea, and who dwelt in Asgard, above the heavens. Then were created the queer little dwarves, who lived underground in the caverns of the mountains, working at their mines of metal and precious stones. Last of all, the gods made men to dwell in Midgard, the good world that we know, between which and the glorious home of the Aesir stretched the Bifrost, the bridge of rainbows. In those days, folks say, there was a mighty ash tree named Yggdrasil, so vast that its branches shaded the whole earth and stretched up into heaven where the Aesir dwelt, while its roots sank far down below the lowest depth. In the branches of the big ash tree lived a queer family of creatures. First, there was a great eagle, who was wiser than any bird that ever lived, except the two ravens, Thought and Memory, who sat upon Father Odin's shoulders and told him the secrets which they learned in their flight over the wide world. Near the great eagle perched a hawk, and 4 antlered deer browsed among the buds of Yggdrasil. At the foot of the tree coiled a huge serpent, who was always gnawing hungrily at its roots, with a whole colony of little snakes to keep him company, so many that they could never be counted. The eagle at the top of the tree and the serpent at its foot were enemies, always saying hard things of each other. Between the two skipped up and down a little squirrel, a talebearer and a gossip, who repeated each unkind remark, and like the malicious neighbor that he was, kept their quarrel ever fresh and green. In one place at the roots of Yggdrasil was a bare fountain called the Urdar Well, where the 3 Norn maidens, who knew the past, present, and future, dwelt with their pets, the 2 white swans. This was magic water in the fountain, which the Norns sprinkled every day upon the giant tree to keep it green. Water so sacred that everything which entered it became white as the film of an eggshell. Close behind this sacred well, the Aesir had their council hall, to which they galloped every morning, over the Rainbow Bridge. But Father Odin, the king of all the Aesir, knew of another fountain more wonderful still. The two ravens whom he sent forth to bring him news had told him. This also was below the roots of Yggdrasil, in the spot where the sky and ocean met. Here, for centuries and centuries, the giant Mimir had sat keeping guard over his hidden well, in the bottom of which lay such a treasure of wisdom as was to be found nowhere else in the world. Every morning, Mimir dipped his glittering horn Gjörl into the fountain and drew out a draught of the wondrous water, which he drank to make him wise. Every day he grew wiser and wiser. And as this had been going on ever since the beginning of things, you can scarcely imagine how wise Mimir was. Now, it did not seem right to Father Odin that a giant should have all this wisdom to himself. For the giants were the enemies of the Aesir, and the wisdom which they had been hoarding for ages before the gods were made was generally used for evil purposes. Moreover, Odin longed and longed to become the wisest being in the world. So he resolved to win a draught from Mimir's well, if in any way that could be done. One night, when the sun had set behind the mountains of Midgard, Odin put on his broad-brimmed hat and his striped cloak, and taking his famous staff in his hand, trudged down the long bridge to where it ended by Mimir's secret grotto. "Good day, Mimir," said Odin, entering. "I have come for a drink from your well." The giant was sitting with his knees drawn up to his chin, his long white beard falling over his folded arms, and his head nodding. For Mimir was very old, and he often fell asleep while watching over his precious spring. He woke with a frown at Odin's words. "You want to drink from my well, do you?" he growled. "Hey, I let no one drink from my well." "Nevertheless, you must let me have a draught from your glittering horn," insisted Odin, "and I will pay you for it." "Oh-ho, you will pay me for it, will you?" echoed Mimir, eyeing his visitor keenly. For now that he was wide awake, his wisdom taught him that this was no ordinary stranger. "What will you pay for a drink from my well? And why do you wish it so much?" "I can see with my eyes all that goes on in heaven and upon earth," said Odin. "But I cannot see into the depths of the ocean. I lack the hidden wisdom of the deep, the wit that lies at the bottom of your fountain. My ravens tell me many secrets, but I would know all. And as for payment, ask what you will, and I will pledge anything in return for the draught of wisdom." Then Mimir's keen glance grew keener. "You are Odin of the race of gods," he cried. "We giants are centuries older than you, and our wisdom, which we have treasured during these ages, when we were the only creatures in all space, is a precious thing. If I grant you a draught from my well, you will become as one of us. a wise and dangerous enemy. It is a goodly price, Odin, which I shall demand for a boon so great." Now Odin was growing impatient for the sparkling water. "Ask your price," he frowned. "I have promised that I will pay." "What say you, then, to leaving one of those far-seeing eyes of yours at the bottom of my well?" asked Mimir, hoping that he would refuse the bargain. "This is the only payment I will take." Odin hesitated. It was indeed a heavy price, and one that he could ill afford, for he was proud of his noble beauty. But he glanced at the magic fountain, bubbling mysteriously in the shadow, and he knew that he must have the draft. "Give me the glittering horn," he answered. "I pledge you my eye for a draft to the brim." Very unwillingly, Mimir filled the horn from the fountain of wisdom and handed it to Odin. "Drink then," he said. "Drink and grow wise. This hour is the beginning of trouble between your race and mine." And wise Mimir foretold the truth. Now he had the price to pay, which was not so pleasant. When he went away from the grotto, he left at the bottom of the dark pool one of his fiery eyes, which twinkled and winked up through the magic depths like the reflection of a star. This is how Odin lost his eye, and why from that day he was careful to pull his gray hat low over his face when he wanted to pass unnoticed. For by this oddity, folk could easily recognize the wise lord of Asgard. In the bright morning, when the sun rose over the mountains of Midgard, old Mimir drank from his bubbly well a draught of the wise water that flowed over Odin's pledge. Doing so, from his underground grotto, he saw all that befell in heaven and on earth, so that he also was wiser by the bargain. Mimir seemed to have secured rather the best of it, for he lost nothing that he could not spare, while Odin lost what no man can well part with, one of the good windows wherethrough his heart looks out upon the world. But there was a sequel to these doings, which made the balance swing down in Odin's favor. Not long after this, the Aesir quarreled with the Vanir, wild enemies of theirs, and there was a terrible battle. But in the end, the two sides made peace, and to prove that they meant never to quarrel again, they exchanged hostages. The Vanir gave to the Aesir old Njord the Rich, the lord of the sea and the ocean wind, with his two children, Frey and Freya. This was indeed a gracious gift, for Freya was the most beautiful maid in the world, and her twin brother was almost as fair. To the Vanir, in return, Father Odin gave his own brother, Hœnir, and with Hœnir he sent Mimir the Wise, whom he took from his lonely well. Now the Vanir made Hœnir their chief, thinking that he must be very wise, because he was the brother of great Odin, who had lately become famous for his wisdom. They did not know the secret of Mimir's well, how the hoary old giant was far more wise than anyone who had not quaffed of the magic water. It is true that in the assemblies of the Vanir, Hœnir gave excellent counsel, but this was because Mimir whispered in Hanir's ear all the wisdom that he uttered. Witless Hanir was quite helpless without his aid, and did not know what to do or say. Whenever Mimir was absent, he would look nervous and frightened, and if folk questioned him, he always answered, "Yes, yes. Now go and consult someone else." Of course, the Vanir soon grew very angry at such silly answers from their chief, and presently they began to suspect the truth. "Odin has deceived us," they said. "He has sent us his foolish brother with a witch to tell him what to say. Ha! We will show him that we understand the trick." So they cut off poor old Mimir's head and sent it to Odin as a present. The tales do not say what Odin thought of the gift. Perhaps he was glad that now there was no one in the world who could be called so wise as himself. Perhaps he was sorry for the danger into which he had thrust a poor old giant who had never done him any wrong, except to be a giant of the race which the Aesir hated. Perhaps he was a little ashamed of the trick which he had played on the Vanir. Odin's new wisdom showed him how to prepare Mimir's head with herbs and charms, so that it stood up by itself, quite naturally, and seemed not dead. Thenceforth, Odin kept it near him, and learned from it many useful secrets which it had not forgotten. So, in the end, Odin fared better than the unhappy Mimir, whose worst fault was that he knew more than most folk. That is a dangerous fault, as others have found, though it is not one for which many of us need fear being punished. Skadi's Choice. The giant Thiassa, whom Thor slew for the theft of Eden and the magic apples, had a daughter, Skadi, who was a very good sort of girl, as giantesses go. Most of them were evil-tempered, spiteful, and cruel creatures, who desired only to do harm to the gods and to all who were good. But Skadi was different. Stronger than the hatred of her race for the Aesir, stronger even than her wish to be revenged for her father's death, was her love for Balder the Beautiful, the pride of all the gods. If she had not been a giantess, she might have hoped that he would have loved her also. But she knew that no one who lived in Asgard would ever think kindly of her race, which had caused so much trouble to Balder and his brothers. After her father was killed by the Aesir, however, Skadi had a wise idea. Skadi put on her helm and corselet and set out for Asgard, meaning to ask a noble price to pay for the sorrow of Thiassa's death. The gods, who had all grown young and boyish once again, were sitting in Valhalla, merrily enjoying a banquet in honor of Idun's safe return, when Skadi, clattering with steel, strode into their midst. Heimdall, the watchman, astonished at the sight, had let this maiden warrior pass him upon the Rainbow Bridge. The Aesir set down their cups hastily, and the laughter died upon their lips, for though she looked handsome, Skadi was a terrible figure in her silver armor, and with her spear as long as a ship's mast brandished in her giant hand. The 9 Valkyries, Odin's maiden warriors, hurried away to put on their own helmets and shields, for they would not have this other maiden, 10 times as huge, see them meekly waiting at a table while they had battle dresses as fine as hers to show the stranger. "Who are you, maiden, and what seek you here?" asked Father Odin. "I am Skadi, the daughter of Thiassa, whom you folks have slain," answered she, "and I come here for redress." At these words, the coward Loki, who had been at the killing of Thiassa, skulked low behind the table. But Thor, who had done the killing, straightened himself and clenched his fists tightly. He was not afraid of any giant, however fierce. And this maiden, with her shield and spear, only angered him. "Well, Skadi," quoth Odin gravely, "your father was a thief, and died for his sins. He stole fair Idun and her magic apples, and for that crime he died, which was only just. Yet, because our righteous deed has left you an orphan, Skadi, we will grant you a recompense. So you shall be at peace with us, for it is not fitting that the Aesir should quarrel with women. What is it you ask, O Skadi, as solace for the death of Thiassa?" Skadi looked like an orphan who was well able to take care of herself, and this indeed her next words showed her to be. "I ask 2 things," she said, without a moment's hesitation. "I ask the husband whom I shall select from among you, and I ask that you shall make me laugh, for it is many days since grief has let me enjoy a smile." At this strange request, the Aesir looked astonished, and some of them seemed rather startled, for you can fancy that none of them wanted a giantess, however handsome, for his wife. They put their heads together and consulted long whether or not they should allow Skadi her 2 wishes. "I will agree to make her laugh," grinned Loki. "But suppose she should choose me for her husband? I am married to 1 giantess already." "No fear of that, Loki," said Thor. "You were too near being the cause of her father's death for her to love you overmuch. Nor do I think that she will choose me, so I am safe." Loki chuckled and stole away to think up a means of making Skadi laugh. Finally, the gods agreed that Skadi should choose one of them for her husband. But in order that all might have a fair chance of missing this honor, which no one coveted, she was to choose in a curious way. All the Aesir were to stand in a row behind the curtain which was drawn across the end of the hall, so that only their feet were seen by Skadi. And by their feet alone, Skadi was to select him who was to be her husband. Now, Skadi was very ready to agree to this, for she said to herself, "Surely I shall know the feet of Balder, for they will be the most beautiful of any." Amid nervous laughter at this new game, the Aesir ranged themselves in a row behind the purple curtain, with only their line of feet showing below the golden border. There was Father Odin, Thor the Thunderer, and Balder his brother. There was old Njord the rich, and his fair son Frey. There was Tyr the bold, and Bragi the poet, blind Hud, and Vidar the silent, Vali and Ul the archers, Forseti the wise judge, and Heimdall the golden-toothed watchman. Loki alone, of all the Aesir, was not there, and Loki was the only one who did not shiver as Skadi walked up and down the hall, looking at the row of feet. Up and down, back and forth went Skadi, looking carefully, and among all those sandaled feet, there was one pair more beautiful than the rest. Surely these are Baldur's feet, she thought, while her heart thumped with eagerness under her silver corselet. Oh, if I guess right, dear Baldur will be my husband. She paused confidently before the handsomest pair of feet, and pointing to them with her spear, she cried, I choose here. Few blemishes are to be found in Baldur the Beautiful. A shout of laughter arose behind the curtain, and forth slunk not young Baldur, but old Njord the Rich, king of the ocean wind, the father of those fair twins, Frey and Freya. Skadi had chosen the handsomest feet of old Njord, and therefore he must be her husband. Njord was little pleased, but Skadi was heartbroken. Her face grew longer and sadder than before when he stepped up and took her hand sulkily, saying, Well, I am to be your husband, then, and all my riches stored in Noatun, the home of ships, are to be yours. You would have chosen Baldur, and I wish that this luck had been his. However, it cannot be helped now. Nay, answered Skadi, frowning. The bargain is not yet complete. None of you has made me laugh. I am so sad now that it will be a merry jest indeed which can wring laughter from my heavy heart. She sighed, looking at Baldur. But Baldur only loved Nanna in all the world. Just then, out came Loki, riding on one of Thor's goat steeds, and the red-bearded fellow cut up such ridiculous capers with the gray-bearded goat that soon not only Skadi, but all the Aesir and Njord himself were holding their sides with laughter. Fairly won, cried Skadi, wiping the tears from her eyes. I am beaten. I shall not forget that it is Loki to whom I owe this last joke. Some day I shall be quits with you, Red Joker. And this threat she carried out in the end, on the day of Loki's punishment. Skadi was married to old Njord, both unwilling, and they went to live among the mountains in Skadi's home, which had once been Thjasa's palace, where he had shut Eden in a prison cell. As you can imagine, Njord and Skadi did not live happily ever after, like the good prince and princess in the storybook. For, in the first place, Skadi was a giantess, and there are few folk, I fancy, who could live happily with a giantess. In the second place, she did not love Njord, nor did he love Skadi, and neither forgot that Skadi's choosing had been sorrow to them both. But the third reason was the most important of all. And this was because Skadi and Njord could not agree upon the place which should be their home. For Njord did not like the mountain palace of Skadi's people, the place where roaring winds rushed down upon the sea and its ships. The sea with its ships was his friend, and he wanted to dwell in Norton, where he had greater wealth than anyone else in the world, where he could rule the fresh sea wind and tame the wild ocean, granting the prayers of fisherfolk and the seafarers who loved his name. Finally, they agreed to dwell first in one place, then in the other, so that each might be happy in turn. For 9 days they tarried in Tyrheim, and then they spent 3 in Norton. But even this arrangement could not bring peace. One day they had a terrible quarrel. It was just after they had come down from Skadi's mountain home for their 3 days in Njord's sea palace, and he was so glad to be back that he cried, "Ah, how I hate your hills! How long the 9 nights seemed, with the wolves howling until dawn among the dark mountains of Giant Land. What a discord compared to the songs of the swans who sail upon my dear, dear ocean." Thus rudely he taunted his wife, but Skadi answered him with spirit. "And I cannot sleep by your rolling sea waves, where the birds are ever calling as they come from the woods on the shore. Each morning the seagull's scream wakes me at some unseemly hour. I will not stay here even for 3 nights. I will not stay. And I will have no more of your windy mountain tops," roared Njord, beside himself with rage. "Go if you wish. Go back to Tyrheim. I shall not follow you, to be sure." So Skadi went back to her mountains alone, and dwelt in the empty house of Thiassa, her father. She became a mighty huntress, swift on the skis and ice runners which she strapped to her feet. Day after day, she skimmed over the snow-crusted mountains, bow in hand, to hunt the wild beasts which roamed there. Ski Goddess, she was called, and never again did she come to the Asgard halls. Quite alone in the cold country, she hunted heartily, keeping ever in her heart the image of Balder the Beautiful, whom she loved, but whom she had lost forever by her unlucky choice. Good night.